And Mr. Dowdy, we are ready.
Good evening. Welcome to the District 225 Board of Education meeting. Madam Secretary, would you please read the roll?
Mr. Dowdy.
Here.
Mr. Glacki.
Present.
Ms. Mullenbeck. Here. Mr. O'Hara.
Present.
Ms. Segwin. Mr. Shine.
Present.
Dr. Steinberg.
Here.
6 members present.
Item number 2 on our agenda is to approve the agenda. Dr. Johns, are there adjustments in the agenda?
We have 2 changes. We're going to remove consent item 5.10, and we're going to defer consent item 5.11 and relabel it as 11.2.
Other than that, any changes, sir?
No other changes.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Yes, I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Good evening. Welcome to everyone here for this meeting. Appreciate you all coming out tonight. Our summer season is up and running at the Glenbrooks with summer school and many facilities projects that we typically do. This evening, we have a number of topics on our agenda. We have our typical opening components of community comment, board and superintendent reports, and consent. Then we'll have an amended budget hearing, which is an annual, very short hearing about our amended budget, a typical procedure for us. Then we will have 3 items on our regular agenda. First, we'll have the investigation report on the Glenbrook South yearbook. We will be following that a discussion of 3 policies and 3 procedures concerning traffic and parking control, staff development, professional leave, and educational support personnel benefits. They're all on first read, and we'll be coming back at a later meeting on second read. Again, thank you all for being here this evening. I move to item 3 on our agenda, which is recognition of community visitors. This is an up to 30-minute general period we have of our meeting. We always deeply value the input we get from our community. Right now, we have our speaker list established, which we'll go through. Each speaker is allowed up to 2 minutes to address the board. Please give your name and address and your connection to the district. These are not required pieces of information, but they do help us with follow-up. We remind people of a number of items. First, the board does not respond at this point. We listen very carefully, but we're listening to you. Second, please keep in mind that we maintain confidentiality and privacy as to our employees and as to our students. Number 3, the board does not control the topics raised or the substance of public comment. Number 4, we remind speakers to direct their public comments to the board, and those topics should relate to board business, to the district. They should not be related simply to politics. This is not a political forum. This is a school district, board district meeting. Number 5, we remind speakers that their comments are not automatically protected by any immunity or legal protection. Item 6, we ask everyone to maintain civility and respect. We know that comments at points during our May 28th meeting became heated. We understand that there is a lot of pain and emotion associated with the Glenbrook South yearbook passage, which as presented, the board recognized as anti-Semitic. We recognize that there are disagreements, but we do ask that you please respect others as they speak. And please, when you're speaking, if you're one of our speakers, please try to speak respectfully, directing your comments to the board. If we do this, if we maintain respect, we can better understand what is being shared. We can do our best as a district this way, as a community, to address issues, even those most difficult at their core. We can learn from this. We can heal. We can work together and improve our schools and community. Because after all, we all care about our students and we're neighbors. As always, we want to keep our students at the center of all we do and model the civility that we all expect. With that, I have the list that has been provided to me, and I'll call you up in the order on the list. Again, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I have on the first on the list is Josh Weiner. Did I say it right? Weiner. Mr. Weiner.
So I already spoke for the 6 o'clock meeting, so I'll skip introducing myself. But I don't come to the school board to cause an issue with you all. I do want to work with you. My grandfather was a school superintendent in Lincolnshire schools, and he actually wrote his dissertation on dealing with public pressure, school boards and superintendents, and how to use that to a school board and a superintendent's advantage. I just want to talk briefly about where I think these anti-Semitic incidents are coming from. These things don't happen in a vacuum. At JILV, the second organization that I mentioned that I'm a part of, we deal with critical social justice ideology and how it manifests itself in our institutions, including K through 12 schools. This is an idea that we should split the world based on power structures, social and cultural power structures, and that we should look at people based on their identity as either oppressed or oppressor. And unfortunately, what this does, clouded in moral righteousness, because its intent is to help right a moral wrong that our society definitely does have to reckon with, it ends up dividing us into groups. And it ends up with us othering each other into different types of people with different social responsibilities. And I just want this school district to be mindful that when we have people running DEI courses or consulting courses, and we're saying, you're part of one group or you're part of another, and if there's inequities in society, we necessarily have to solve those inequities by othering people into different groups, by giving people just different advantages over other people. You're creating hate and you're creating resentment. And the fact is that the Jewish people, we are overrepresented in society. And one of the ideas of anti-racism, one of the things that comes into critical social justice, is that we should solve those inequities by sometimes positively discriminating against groups that are overrepresented, which is, I think, abhorrent.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, Mr. Weiner. Sorry, I appreciate your words.
And just one last thing, and also that is inherently racist to support those inequities. So as a Jewish person, to support my own community, that is inherently a racist act. So think hard about who you could have consult and what your DEI consultants are doing in the school. Thanks for the extra time. I appreciate it, Mr.
Thank you,
Dowd.
sir. I now call Chuck, I believe it's Goldberg. Am I reading that right? Mr. Goldberg?
Chuck Goldberg. I am a parent and I have 3 alums from GBS. The board has listened to the pain caused by the inclusion of the quote that murder, torture, kidnapping, and rape made a student member of the GBS community happy. We can't tell people what to think or how to feel, but adults who work advising the yearbook have to have the common sense to edit and counsel young people who might want to include words like that. Not every young person's opinion should be printed, especially if it's hateful. The fact that Brenda Fields, the yearbook staff coordinator, didn't edit the comments, that should hold her accountable for what she has done, and she should either be removed from the yearbook staff or fired altogether. And here's why. Brenda Fields let down the young girl who had her views made public and caused her to get embarrassed and harassed. For that, Brenda Fields should either be removed from the yearbook staff or fired. Brenda Fields let down the yearbook staff, making the yearbook an example of hate speech gone unchecked, not excellence. Brenda Fields let down GBS as a whole, making a first-class school look like an amateur hour and diminishing our national reputation. Brenda Fields let down the board, causing untold damage control based on her negligence and willful ignorance. For these reasons, Brenda Fields should be removed from the yearbook staff or fired. But the main reason for disciplining her should be what she has done to our community. Her actions or lack of actions have pitted one side of Glenview versus another. I don't care what people think, but only what they say out loud or print. She gave a voice to opinions that didn't need to be presented publicly, but once out, can't be taken back. I'll never forget the young lady telling me in the last meeting that raping, killing, and torturing is allowed in a so-called slave revolt. What was done in the yearbook is serious. It didn't need to happen. It needs to have consequences. If Brenda Fields isn't removed from the yearbook staff or fired, then the board will have taken ownership of this fiasco and hate fest. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Next, I have Steve Andrews. Mr. Andrews.
My name is Steve Andrews. I'm a parent of 3 graduates of District 225. You had mentioned at the beginning that you were sorry about the anti-Semitism. We can learn together and heal. And I don't think we heard anything about the findings of the investigation. So we have no idea what's going on and how this is going to be rectified. Is that true?
I generally won't comment while you're doing it, but I'll just address that. Mr. Petrucker will be presenting the investigation this evening on the regular agenda.
Okay, thank you. So the anti-Semitism, as the last gentleman said, has caused the divide in the community. You're talking about bringing the community together. Letting someone have hate speech in a yearbook in your school is not bringing a community together. And in fact, this anti-Semitism and racism gets worse and worse. As we saw yesterday, there was a Jewish woman who was trying to get into her synagogue who was beaten by Palestinian protesters. So not only should it be stopped now before it gets worse and people physically get hurt, they've only been emotionally hurt, which I'm not saying is better or worse, but they've been emotionally hurt because of the actions of Glenbrook South and the people that were supposed to be supervising the students. Like the last gentleman said, you can't tell people what to think or feel, and that's okay. But they shouldn't be allowed to have a forum at Glenbrook South to talk about that hate speech and divide the community. That's really all. I really don't know what to say because I thought we were going to hear what the findings were before we spoke so that we'd have a chance to react to the findings. But apparently that's not going to be the case. Is there going to be another meeting to be able to react to the findings of the board?
Just to clarify that for everyone, that will be on July the 8th, and the investigation report will be available. I think tomorrow morning is when it will be available. And you'll hear about the report tonight.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. The next speaker is Susan Glass. Ms. Glass? Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm a parent of 3 GBS graduates and a former District 225 board member. There's just a few points I want to make. One, the ADL has a program, I think it's called There's No Place for Hate. And no matter what, I think that should be seriously considered to be brought into the school and the program given to the teachers, the administrators, the kids. They can gear it towards different ages and to you all at a minimum. 2, someone's responsible for what happened and however that works out, because we haven't heard about the investigation. Just as a side note, someone mentioned to me that the way things go in the yearbook is that kids have complete control and the teacher stays away from it and lets them do what they want. That's not okay. Brains are not completely developed till you're 25 years old. These are 15 to 18-year-olds. They should not have control of the yearbook, nor should any student in either school have control of anything that's going on at the school. 3, I believe something should happen with the yearbook instructor. I don't know if she needs to be fired, but we need to replace her as far as the yearbook goes. And 4, I do not believe that anyone was misquoted. That was mentioned at the last meeting in May. I don't believe this child was misquoted. I think she meant to say what she said. And I brought this up to my daughter, who's a graduate of GBS, who works for the Israeli consulate in Atlanta and is responsible for 7 southern states. And she says that's the first thing someone would say if they're in trouble. So what I'm looking for is what you all are going to do about this, because it cannot go under the rug.
Thank you, Ms. Glass. I next call Steve, is it Blunder?
My name is Steve Blonder. I'm the parent of a graduate of Glenbrook North and a student who just graduated Maple Junior High this past year. I live in Northbrook. This board and this school district represents our community and represents our community values. One of the values of our community is taking responsibility when you do something wrong. We get the credit when we do something positive. We bear the burden when we do something wrong. I've yet to see anyone from this district take responsibility for what happened at Glenbrook South in the yearbook, what happened at Glenbrook North with the Holocaust issue, which, by the way, seems to have been swept under the rug. But the issue is, as a board, who's going to take responsibility and how? Whatever discipline you may choose to impart on the yearbook supervisor, that's scapegoating. That should happen. That should be part of the process, and you'll follow your process and do it. What questions are you asking of your administration, your top administrators who have a period of things happening in the schools? It's both schools. They're responsible. I've yet to hear anything from the top administrators from this district accepting responsibility. We teach our children to accept responsibility, to be participants in the community, to stand up for what's right. There's been deafening silence from your administrators from the top of taking appropriate responsibility and addressing the issue. What are you doing to hold your administrators, our administrators for our community, responsible? What are you putting in place to judge the culture in the schools? Fish rots from the top, not the bottom. And I would implore this board to take a look at your top administrators and ask the question, what did they do to enable this to happen? What have they done to accept responsibility? What have they done to ensure it will not happen again? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I next call Susan Eisenberg. Oh, all right. All right.
Maybe try Susan Glass. That's the name you called before.
Is there a Susan Glass who has not had a chance to speak, or is that the same person? No, okay.
She has decided not to speak.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the clarification. I call Howard, is it Wolfman, I believe?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My wife and I are 58-year residents of 225. Our 3 children are graduates of it. We have 1 grandchild in the schools right now and another one about to enter. I had my 2 minutes a month ago, and I appreciate that. I came here tonight familiar with the process, with the agenda, and the realization that you have the comments from the public before you give any reports or anything else. So I am very interested in learning what happened in the preceding month in terms of your investigation and your report, both in terms of the specific incident in the yearbook and looking ahead in general, what will the policies be to prevent things like this from occurring in the future? It's very challenging today. We see all of these issues occurring everywhere, and we're relying upon you as our board to establish policies and procedures, be they discipline, whatever they are, and then follow through with them. And that's one of the big weaknesses I've seen around the country is a lack of follow through on procedures. So very important that you do that. Now, on a minor point, I wanted to learn more about the agenda today. So I called the superintendent's office. I got a voicemail from somebody by the name of Robin, who I assume is the assistant. I left a message. I called the public relations number. I left a message, no name. I called the operator. The operator gave me the name of a lady by the name of Christina in public relations. I called, left a message, no response. 3 calls, no responses. Nobody saying, I'm out of the office, here's another number to call. So I think you need a communications improvement in your system. And in industry, that would not be acceptable. But overall, I'm here to learn what was in your report. And hopefully at the end, I'll stand up and applaud your report. If not, you'll hear me screaming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfman. Jeff Levin is our next speaker.
I know I spoke at the other one, but we'll do this one too as well. Jeff Levin, 2 students at GBM. During the 2024 and 25 school year, upcoming school year, the boys, girls, and golf state series is on Yom Kippur. In case you're not aware, Yom Kippur is the Day of Atonement, which is the holiest day of the year in Judaism. As the dates for the state series are created years in advance, this is an avoidable scheduling conflict. This was brought to the attention to GBN, in which GBN's policy is, quote, GBN does not host any events on religious holidays. However, we will continue to participate in tournaments. IHSA's official response was, the IHSA is not able to modify the Gulf State final dates. My son directly reached out to IHSA and division board members. There was no acknowledgement or rationale on how and why this decision was made. As a school, you promote self-advocacy. This is a learning moment for a student to try and understand why a school and IHSA elected to religiously discriminate and in the end provide an unfair advantage to other students purely based on their religion, but no response. Does this set the right example to students when adults make a decision and when asked about it, provide no response? This only happens to events that affect the Jewish population. Pursuant to the IHSA, and I quote, if an event falls on Easter, the event will be rescheduled. This is a clear-cut decision to discriminate against Jewish students because of their religion. Pursuant IHSA's own handbook, this is a clear violation of the statement number 27, quote, IHSA does not discriminate on the basis of religion. In addition, 225 receives federal funding. As a result, Title VI is a federal law that prohibits any entity that receives federal financial assistance from discriminating. It is the ultimate goal of any student athlete to compete at the highest level. Due to this decision the school has made, students now have to choose between the holiest day of the year for the Jewish religion and a state series. It is disappointing that 225, their leadership, and all IHSA corporate partners, inclusive of the Marines and CBS, accept this clearly defined religious discrimination against Jewish high school student athletes. Continuing to ignore the issue and concern will not make it go away.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Next speaker is Julie, is it Yarosh? Yarosh?
Yeah, they're good.
Hi,
Hi.
Julie Yarish. Thank you for listening. Northbrook Rising Sophomore at GBN. I'm going to talk about something very, very personal. I'm going to talk about the worst day in my life. As you probably can hear, I have an accent. I came here 30 years ago from the former Soviet Union. I grew up in Minsk. Personally, I was subjected to a lot of anti-Semitism. I was bullied while my teachers were standing next to me doing nothing. I grew up close to a place called Pit. It's a place of a Minsk ghetto. I apologize for being emotional. The worst day of my life happened a few days after October 7th. My daughter came back from school. She just started there as a freshman. She said, Mom, I need to talk to you. I said, what happened? She's like, how do you deal with anti-Jewish bullying? I was shocked. We are not in Nazi Germany. We are not in the former Soviet Union. And what happened? She was approached by two girls with the bracelet with the map of Israel and with a carving saying, from river to the sea, Palestine will be free, saying that there will be no place for Jews there anymore. Immediately, my husband is in the audience. By the way, I'm a child of a Holocaust survivor who is right there. Immediately, we wanted to go to school. My daughter goes, Mom, please don't. You're going to make things worse. There was another incident. And again, Mom, you're going to make things worse. So the students know that going to school is going to make things worse. Prove me wrong. Please act on it. A week ago, a 12-year-old girl was raped in France just because she is Jewish. Just because she is Jewish. Not acting on what happened makes you complicit and would make us justify that crime.
Thank you, ma'am, for your sharing tonight. I next call Linda Mayer.
Linda Mayer?
It looks like Linda Mayer, Mayer maybe? Oh, maybe. I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I think the whole reason that people are at this meeting, because I see a lot of the same faces that were at the last meeting, is we want answers. Nobody has responded to anything that occurred at the last meeting. There's been no report given out. We don't know what you did about the yearbooks. We don't know anything. There was the incident in District 30 at Maple School. The school responded immediately, where somebody wrote something in the yearbooks after the fact, and they collected all the yearbooks. They took care of it immediately. Here we're going on a couple of months, and we have no answers. We don't know. You're having us all come and speak, but I think the whole reason everybody is here is we want answers. What would have been a good idea from the board is to give a response, if you even have one, before you let people talk. Because we don't have to hear the same comments we heard last time. We want answers. The school board is elected, you're responsible to the citizens that live in this district. And it behooves you to give answers. That's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's James Mayer.
I saw the article and then I went to the meeting. The problem with both of them is we as human beings don't celebrate murder, rape, terrorist executions, etc. What are we teaching our kids? I think most people in this room don't celebrate murder and feel sorry for the other side dying. But that's war. But we don't celebrate it. It's not being a human being. That's being barbaric. And that's what we have to address also on a micro basis, not a macro, because we can't address macro here. But we have a real problem when we have kids who are writing articles like that and celebrating murder, who are lab partners, they're playing sports together. What are we teaching them by celebrating or having some people celebrate barbarism? This is just wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is, I believe it's Dorothy, is it Manley? Is it Dorothy here by chance? I'm sorry, Weinberg, apologies. Yes.
Hi, I'm Dorothy Weinberg. My husband and I have lived in Glenview for 52 years. We have children that graduated from Glenbrook South. In response to having people call us back, I have to agree, I did call 3 or 4 times and left messages. And finally, I have to compliment Ms. Smith, Carol Smith, your PR person, who did call me back twice, so thank you very much. Okay, regarding the yearbook, there is a yearbook advisor. I understand from what Ms. Smith told me that this is a class. So therefore, whoever is the yearbook advisor is a teacher. The teacher should look for facts before putting anything in the yearbook. If the facts are erroneous, such as that Gaza declared war on Israel, that's not true. Hamas invaded and took hostages. But the whole point of this is, and I consulted with my 19-year-old grandson, who lives in another state now. He said, why are they putting politics in yearbooks? It should be a celebration of the experiences that the students had during the year. This is not a place for politics. I understand if you have a student newspaper, okay, you can have different opinions. People pay for yearbooks. They shouldn't have to be subjected to that. And I have one other thing I'd like to say. regarding freedom of speech. Yes, we all agree it's a law, freedom of speech, but there are limits to freedom of speech. One is no hate speech. And also, if you're in a crowded theater and you yell fire, that's not freedom of speech. You could be arrested. So I'm saying that freedom of speech has its limitations, and whoever is in charge of the yearbook in the future should be a good educator and focus on what a yearbook really is all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Weinberg. The next up is Lisa Kane, I believe. Let's see if is she possibly next door, Mr. Reyes?
There's a delay in the road.
Is that why I'm hearing a different voice? Oh.
There she is.
Hi, my name is Lisa Kane. I am a parent of a Glenbrook South student. Shout out to the overflow room where there is a slight delay. Last month, I was here speaking to the board about my frustrations regarding the yearbook, but more specifically regarding my frustrations on how the administration and the school board has handled the yearbook incident. We are a full month later, and I'm back with the same concerns again. It has been 1 month since the last board meeting, and in that time, it has been truly radio silence. After the May 28th board meeting, there has not been a single email sent out to the school community. There has not been a new posting onto the website. And the June 10th board meeting, that was coincidentally, I don't know, but it was canceled without any communication to the community that was going to happen. I've been emailing with the superintendent, the board, as well as the principal to get some more information, and the superintendent shared that the school did, in a closed-door meeting with the board, present information at the June 6th meeting, and that information be shared tonight. My frustration is, why did I have to email the superintendent to find out that? I understand. I am a school counselor in a different district. I have been part of many school-based investigations. I understand that there's a place for due process. I understand there's a place for time, but I also understand the importance of communication, accountability, and transparency. It would have been very, very easy for school administration or for the board to send out an email and post the website, hey, we are investigating this. We are going to first present to the board in a closed-door meeting, and then at the June 24th meeting, the investigation will be presented there. Then everybody would know. But without that, it just feels like nothing is happening. It feels like our concerns are not being heard. It feels like we cannot trust you, or I can just say, I don't trust you. So I hope that when we get to agenda item 7.1 on your meeting that we'll get there, but I just don't know. Thank you. I'm now going to go next door back to the overflow room. And if we thought ahead, we could have done this in a space that would have been big enough for all of us.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Next up is Jill Hartzman.
Someone's got to go next.
Is it Jill? Looks like Jill.
Hello, thank you for being here tonight and for letting us speak. I'm a GBS graduate and a parent of an incoming freshman. And as we've heard other people state here, the yearbooks are a way to preserve memories, and politics do not belong in yearbooks. I was at the meeting on May 28th when you heard the fears and concern of our community. Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. The fact that the author of the quote and her supporters are saying that she was misquoted is proof enough that it should not have been published. By allowing a student to publish her words of hate, you failed not only that student, but also the students' families and community members her hate was directed toward. We as a community have not yet heard the finding of your investigation, but we know that rape, murder, and hate against any people should not be celebrated anywhere, and especially not in our schools. We remain concerned for our students and for all students because school needs to be a safe space. So again, I would like to reiterate my concerns. How was this statement allowed? Who approved it? And how are we going to prevent this from ever happening again? I appreciate you guys being here. I know this is a difficult situation. I thank you for hearing our voices and look forward to your findings.
Thank you, Ms. Hartzman. Our final speaker is Paul Eisenstadt.
Paul Eisenstadt, from District 31. I was at the May 28th meeting. I was allowed to say my piece, and I addressed the board, as did dozens and dozens of other people. And a lot of them had a lot of very inflammatory opinions. And then I sent a letter to the board. I wanted to share that with you. This was my observations and also my gratitude. So I sent a letter to Dr. Johns. I'm going to read it to the board. This may be a minority opinion, but it's how I feel. I said, and this is written for the day after. So that day of. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at the last meeting. I commended you, Chairman Dowdy, you were absent at that meeting.
Mr. Glowacki.
So Mr. Glowacki, so I commended Vice Chairman Glowacki and the board for maintaining their, Jesus Christ. I thought I turned that off. I'm sorry. Sorry, I thought I turned that off. Okay. I commend Vice Chairman Glowacki and the board for maintaining their composure and decorum under extreme fire, and it was extremely fire. And the board really maintained their composure, and I noticed every one of them listening really with respect. And I went on to say, you were respectable, listened, and demonstrated interest in the remarks of your constituents. I apologize for those who were disrespectful, and there were plenty of them, or wasted your time and my time by not addressing the actual issues. While we, my wife and I, do not agree with some of your policies, I do admire your honorable and decent demeanor. I look forward to hearing the results of your investigations at tonight's meeting. That's my piece.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenstadt. That concludes our public comment. I want again to thank you for joining us and sharing those comments. It always makes a difference to us. We listen to them carefully, whether they come by voicemails or by emails or by texts or by talking to us face to face or coming to a board meeting is always appreciated, and we listen to you very carefully. We're going to move now to item 4 on our agenda, which are board and superintendent reports. I just want to note one thing, that while neither Dr. Scott or Mr. Bild is with us tonight, they have now concluded their service in our district as our interim principals at Glenbrook North, and their leadership is greatly appreciated during this transition year, and Ms. Hughes will be taking over on July 1st, but is deeply, deeply appreciated by the board and the district. With that, Dr. Johns.
Thank you, Mr. Dowdy. I think in the interest of time, I'm going to forego the superintendent updates tonight.
Okay, that's fine. Board members, anything you want to share? Okay, great. We are now moving to item 5 on our agenda, which is our consent agenda. Per what Dr. Johns said, item 510 has been removed, 511 has been moved to 11.2. Any other changes in the consent agenda, Dr. Johns?
No.
Okay. Board members, any questions on the consent agenda? Okay, entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda, subject to the amended, 2 amended points.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none?
Mr. Glowacki,
Yes.
Ms. Mullenbeck,
Yes.
Mr. O'Hara,
Yes.
Mr. Schein,
Yes.
Dr. Steinberg, Mr. Dowdy,
Yes.
motion carries.
Item 6.0 on our agenda regards the amended budget, which is an annual item for us. The first is 6.1, public hearing on the amended budget. I am at this time opening the hearing on the amended budget for fiscal year 2023-2024. The amended budget was previously discussed by the Board of Education on Monday, May 13th, and was made available for public inspection. Information about this public hearing and the availability of the amended budget document was published in the Chicago Tribune on Friday, May 10th. Does anyone would like to address the board? I don't think we have anyone on that list for addressing the board during amended hearing. Hearing none. Any questions from members of the board about the amended budget?
Just to be fair, we have a 10-second delay, so hearing none should
Fair
come 10
point.
seconds after
Dr.
your
Steinberg, I will wait the proverbial seconds here. Thank you. Dr. Johns, are there any comments or questions from the public that have been submitted through the public comment process?
We've received no feedback.
Okay. I will therefore entertain a motion to close the public hearing on the amended budget.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none.
Ms. Mullenbeck,
Yes.
Mr. O'Hara,
Yes.
Mr. Schein,
Yes.
Dr. Steinberg,
Yes.
Mr. Doughty,
Yes.
Mr. Glowacki.
Yes.
Motion carries.
With a vote of 6-0, I declare the hearing on the amended budget for fiscal year 2023-2024 closed. I now move to 6.2. At this point, we'll entertain a motion to approve the amended budget for the fiscal year 2023-2024.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none.
Mr. O'Hara,
Yes.
Mr. Schein,
Yes.
Dr. Steinberg,
Yes.
Mr. Doughty,
Yes.
Mr. Glowacki,
Yes.
Ms. Mullenbeck.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I move now to item 7.0, which is discussion action agenda. Item 7.1 is the Glenbrook South Yearbook Investigation Report. After our May 28th meeting, we began an investigation. It was led by Mr. Justin Petrucca, who is the longtime outside general counsel to the district for decades now, and one of Illinois' foremost education attorneys. Our direction to Mr. Petrucca was to be thorough and prompt. As with everything we do, we address issues carefully. We respect due process. That means we gather input and we deliberate. We act appropriately, both regarding what happened and in learning from it to prevent recurrence. And we heal as a community for the good of our students. As noted earlier, we understand that this situation has caused significant pain. We appreciate everyone's patience as we proceed. We deeply appreciate all of the input we received. It takes time to speak to us. It takes time to write to us. It takes energy. It takes courage. It takes grace. Tonight, we will hear the report presentation. The board will then be able to ask questions of this evening. We will then be able to deliberate on the report, as well as other inputs coming in, those from the community, which we've received and will undoubtedly continue to receive. And we appreciate that. Actions, as I mentioned earlier, are expected by the July 8th meeting when we meet again. One item that we will be addressing tonight, after Mr. Petrucca is finished, is the yearbook replacement options. So with that, Mr. Petrucca, if you would please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Doughty. I apologize to the people who have to stay, look at my back. I don't know how else to make this work. Can you hear me now? Thank you. Thank you. I want to point out that I listened respectfully to all of the comments, and I think you'll hear the answers to the questions you have asked tonight and been waiting for. I also want to briefly comment on the scheduling and the timing of this report. I know people are anxious to get information. I think you'll get the information tonight. You'll decide whether it's appropriate or whether or not you disagree with the way things came down. Our challenge was that in the 3.5 weeks it took us to do this, we had to consider several factors. One is this began 2 days before graduation. So we had issues with availability of staff, availability of students. I wanted to make sure when I talked to students, I also talked to their parents to the extent they were available. We had, in that period of time, beside graduation, 2 intervening holidays, Memorial Day and Juneteenth, that cut into it. And as a school lawyer of many years now, I know it's most important to get it right than to get it fast. So tonight you'll hear what we've come to believe happened. And then you'll have the opportunity to see the report in its whole cloth beginning tomorrow. So as has been said, this report was requested by the Board of Education after the controversial events with the publication of the Glenbrook South 2024 yearbook. Distribution of that yearbook occurred in May. The board meeting was May 29, I think about a week after the distribution. And it was at that time the board asked that I conduct the investigation. This investigation was conducted over a number of full days of interview in May and then in June before the official end of the school year. The process of the investigation involved talking to 3 administrators at Glenbrook South, the principal and 2 assistant principals. We talked to the yearbook advisor at length. That interview was close to 3 hours. I talked to 3 students who were directly involved in soliciting and producing the quote, and for 2 of them, their families, their parents. And we were able to secure the audio tape of the interview of the young student, student 3. I refer to these students by number. Student 1 arranged for the interview. Student 2 conducted the interview. Student 3 was interviewed. So we secured a copy of the audio tape of the interview and were able to play it. The one difficulty we had, and you'll understand why as I get into the report, is there were 3 seniors who are denoted as the editors-in-chief of the yearbook. I will describe their role as we get into the report. We asked to interview those 3 students because they had a significant role in the production of the yearbook. All 3 of them, through their parents, refused the interview with us. So I don't have access to any information they would provide, but I think there's enough in the report to understand exactly what happened. So let's talk about the findings. I first want to point out that there's a lot of information in the report. It's 17 and a half pages, single space. So I'm kind of giving you the Cliff's Notes version of what I think are the highlights of what we discovered. I want to start very quickly by just explaining a legal issue that we have to deal with. There are a number of cases in this country, Supreme Court cases, one in particular that dealt with student publications, that create the notion that student publications are protected as First Amendment speech, but that there are situations where the school district, because of its involvement in supporting the publication, in authorizing the publication, has some limited ability to control what goes into the publication. The problem in our state is that in 2016, the Illinois legislature passed what is called the the Speech Rights of Student Journalists Act. And it was clearly intended to defeat the Supreme Court pronouncements about student publications because of the way it's written. That act essentially protects the rights of school student journalists, but is not in play here because that act deals with the ability of administrators to exercise censorship or what's called prior restraint before the publication of the yearbook in this case. There are limitations on the ability of the administrators that prevent them from exercising what's called prior restraint. And again, prior restraint means that someone in a position of authority can censor material to be published or restrict the material to be published or alter the material to be published. So it's not necessary to get into a First Amendment conversation about the GBS yearbook because there was no opportunity for prior restraint or even prior review because distribution, printing and distribution had occurred before anyone knew about the problem. It was already printed, it was already distributed, so no one had the opportunity to review it, no one in administration. And I just want to be clear, with all the work I've done, I cannot find any evidence that there was prior knowledge or prior involvement on behalf of the building administration, the central office administration, or the board itself in production of this yearbook. It was all after the fact. A couple of people mentioned we hope that there would be board policies to govern this. Well, there are board policies that govern this. There's a board policy that is relatively new and comes out of legislation that creates for public school employees, and especially teachers, what is called an Educator Code of Ethics. It governs the behavior educators are supposed to demonstrate and the ethics they are supposed to abide by when they're doing their job. When you get into the report, you'll see my explanation of how that should have applied here in terms of the behavior of the advisor. There is another really interesting policy, 6:80, that deals with how the school district intends for controversial issues to be handled. That policy would arguably, if the content had been known ahead of time, allow the administration to review the content and exercise some control over the published quote. So we have policies in place. More importantly, you have a very comprehensive District 225 Parent-Student Handbook. Section 136 of that handbook is specific to school-sponsored student publications and should have been used to allow the principal to review the controversial materials prior to their publication, its publication, and thereby allowing at least the principal to give some advice to the advisor and or the editors about whether or not the quote should have been used. Those policies weren't followed, and the school board parent-student handbook wasn't followed in that case. Most interesting, I've represented well over 100 school districts, and I do work nationally. The issue of student publications is often very thorny, very complicated, very controversial. And there are actually several what I would call codes of conduct, codes of ethics that govern student journalists and student journalist advisors. There is a code of professional ethics for students and the advisor. And while that code aggressively protects the free speech rights of student journalists, it also contains ethical considerations which should have been considered before the publication of this quote. They were not. Okay, so we have policy issues, handbook issues, and professional codes of ethics issues. Let's talk about what I discovered about the normal process for creating and publishing the yearbook. I will start by telling you the yearbook in this situation and normally is completely and totally controlled by students. That's the design. That means within the yearbook staff, there are students who are reporters and they're given assignments by other students. There are students who are involved in the design of the yearbook, in the layout of the pages, in photos and which photos to use, in the final publication decisions, and in marketing of the yearbook. And most importantly, they decide the content. Most of the activities are driven by selected editors, of which there are 26. Now, how can there be that many editors? Because there are section editors. There may be one for sports, there may be one for clubs, there may be one for band or performing arts. And then of the 26, 3 are anointed, if you will, as editors-in-chief. They tend to be seniors. And those are the 3 who declined to be interviewed. The 3, and in fact, all of the editors, and in particular the 3, are selected by the advisor. And quite frankly, they have virtually unfettered discretion over the content and the assignments. The advisor refers to it as, quote her, totally student-run, close quote. Students are chosen for yearbook participation by the advisor from 4 sections she teaches of yearbook classes. Those classes are offered as electives through the English department. They are offered for credit, co-curricular credit, which I think ultimately is electives credit for graduation, and they are to be graded for their participation in those classes. The information I've collected leads me to believe that the advisor spends minimal time performing any oversight of the publication process, relying on students, primarily the editors-in-chief, to make decisions. And of course, that results in decisions being based on at least three people's opinions, biases, and interests as to what should be included in the yearbook. The editors-in-chief in 2024 wanted to cover in the yearbook current events. And among the current events they chose to cover was the Gaza war. That's how they refer to it. The reason that was chosen, according to the advisor, was because two of the three editors-in-chief were Jewish, and they felt it was important to them to cover the war. Now, I want to point something out to you. On page 125 of the student yearbook, there is a full page on the war in Gaza. That it has pictures and it has two quotes of about a quarter of a page each that are specific to the war and actually specific to the date October 7 and what happened. So it was already covered earlier in the book. It begs the question, why did it come up again in the index pages? If you go to the index pages, I have them in front of me, and you start on page 379, and you go through page, I guess it's 403, these are the index pages where alphabetically students are named, and then you can find their name and look at pages, and the pages indicate where there could be more information about students, clubs they participate in, sports teams they're on, whatever. At the bottom of each page, the editors-in-chief decided to take every month of the school year, starting in June and going through April, June of 23 through April of 24, and they picked a month, they picked the month, and then they decided within the month to pick a day or two and solicit student comments about their feelings about what happened on that day. I can tell you, I don't have children, but I can tell you when I'm looking at this, it looks like most of what they chose was pop culture. Who hosted the Golden Globes, which rap stars are putting out new albums. When you get to October, suddenly October 7 is picked, and there's another October date, just to give you contrast, and it deals with the day Matthew Perry died. And so there were quotes about that, and as well as quotes about October 7. Again, the students are chosen by the advisor. The info is collected, and it leads to the belief that, again, she didn't exercise any oversight on this. The EIC, or the editors-in-chief, made it. So again, I have to tell you, I'm not sure why there was already a page, and that page doesn't seem to have any controversy attached to it at all. It's the quote at the end that is ancillary to the real content of the yearbook that appears earlier. Let me talk about the advisor. The advisor has been performing this role at GBS for 23 years. She teaches one English course and the 4 yearbook courses that I talked about. There are approximately 80 students total in the 4 yearbook courses. During the yearbook course time, class time, instructional time, the advisor is to be teaching students how to learn about journalism and actually taking time, spending time on the production of the yearbook. So she's getting a regular salary for teaching, and then she gets an advisor stipend. And she teaches among her full load, 80% of her load are the 4 yearbook courses. And in the courses, students are allowed are instructed on journalistic standards, ethics, and then they're allowed time throughout the year to work on and produce the yearbook. I asked the advisor what she believed to be her role. And she said, quote, providing guidance and knowledge. I'm an advice giver. her main role is to keep them on deadline. And this is important. The deadline for creating content for this yearbook was mid-March. So the editors declared that all content had to be in the hands of the editors in mid-March, with the idea that they would have about a month to send it out for printing in April, with the idea it would be back for distribution in May. Okay. I also asked the advisor about her personal and professional role, and she is very articulate about the ethical standards in journalism and how that's what drives what she does and what she teaches. And of course, those ethical standards can be found to a great extent in the code of ethics I told you about from the professional associations. Interestingly, students, because they get credit for this class, are graded for their participation in the class. They get a credit, they get a grade, it counts toward graduation. The advisor admits that her determination of the grade is based almost totally on meeting the yearbook deadline. So that if students got their work in for publication by mid-March, they met the deadline, they got an A. I asked the question, well, then who's responsible for determining the quality of the work? Who checks grammar, syntax, spelling, fact-checking, accuracy, quotes, misquotes? And the answer I got from her was that those are areas that she believes are to be monitored and left to the judgment of the student editors. As long as you met the announced deadline, you received a grade of A in the class. Let's talk, as we wrap this up, about the quote, because that is the most troubling area for me. The editors-in-chief decided, again, to highlight each month of 24. They picked the 1 or 2 days each month, and they were expecting the reporters to solicit students to talk about their feelings about the events of that date. Student number 1, a sophomore reporter in a staff meeting, claimed that she knew or had a friend who had strong feelings about the war in Gaza. And she was assigned by the editors to determine if that student would be willing to offer her comments about the war. She contacted the student, who is student 3, that's the student who's been quoted, about her willingness to be interviewed, again, about the war. Student number 1 was very clear that the task was to see if she can get someone to comment about the war. Student 3 consented to the interview, thinking she was supposed to be talking about the war. Another sophomore reporter, student 2 in the report, was assigned to get the quote, to actually interview student 3. When I asked the student reporter who was to do the interviewing, what did you understand was your assignment? She said she was supposed to get a quote about current events, and in this case, the war in Gaza, not October 7. Students 2 and 3 met for the interview. That interview lasted approximately 3.5 minutes. It occurred in one of the GBS library meeting rooms near the end of the day, and it occurred on February 23rd. That is virtually 2 months before the deadline for turning in content and 3 months before the printing. The tape of the interview clearly reveals that student 3 was asked initially this question: so what are your opinions on the war in Gaza? She gives a rather lengthy answer detailing her knowledge of the history of the conflict in the Middle East, and talks about how in 2020, Israel on Ramadan bombed Palestine, and a war began. And then she says, and when I woke up that morning, I was happy to hear my country was defending itself. So the quote, again, never mentions October 7th, is not related to October 7th. And you have to read the context of the whole quote, the whole interview, 3.5 minutes to understand that. She After her lengthy answer is asked one final question, and the question is, what do you think are some misconceptions about the war? She talks at length about people not being educated about the conflict, the historical nature of the conflict, understanding that people are dying, and she wished everyone would understand that and learn about it. Nowhere during the entire interview process, from the time student one was given the assignment to solicit a quote, through the interview setup, and in the interview itself, was the term October 7 ever used or referenced? Nowhere. Neither student one, student two, nor student three were told the quote was to be about or used in reference to the events of October 7. The editors-in-chief chose to use the quote in relation to October 7 without any context being given, other than allegedly describing the feelings of student three about October 7. The advisor admitted having several conversations with the editors about the quote. So she, at some point in March, as they were looking at content, saw the quote, had several conversations with the editors about the quote prior to the printing of the yearbook. She clearly had some reaction to that quote, otherwise there'd be no reason to have several conversations. Nonetheless, she allowed the editors to make the decision to use the quote because it was their job to make the final decision, and she admitted having provided no recommendation, no advice, and explained that she had no concerns that she expressed to them. I asked if she ever considered telling them not to use the quote, and she said no. More importantly, given her concern that generated several conversations, she chose not to seek principal advice, which would have been contemplated by the board policy I referred to and the student handbook. She did neither of those. Nor did she seek to resolve any concerns she may have had as specified through the board policy on controversial issues. When asked if she ever sought principal input on content, she admits never having done so in her more than 20 years as an advisor. Finally, it's important to note, at no time before printing was there an opportunity for student three or her parents to review the quote. They never got to listen to the tape. They never saw it in writing. I asked student three when she actually first saw the quote. She said, well, after they distributed the yearbook, one of my friends called me and said, you better take a look at this, and she sent it to me, so that's the first time I actually saw the quote. Parental permission to identify student three by name was never requested. There was no concern contemplated nor expressed regarding the possible consequences of this quote on student three or on the larger community. And the advisor took comfort in allowing the editors to decide to use the quote as presented because two of them were Jewish and they didn't think the statement was anti-Semitic. The actions of the advisor and the editors appear to be out of conformance with the self-professed ethical standards they subscribe to, and probably are out of compliance with the board policies on page 8 of the report, I'm sorry, page 3 and 4 of the report, and the student handbook on page 8. And that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Petrarca, for the efforts of you and your team. We're going to open up to preliminary board discussion just to review with people. Mr. Petrarca's report will be available so you can read it in full if you wish tomorrow morning on our website. Right now, the board is going to have some initial questions, but much of this ultimately will have to be done in closed session. And as I mentioned before, we will have an announcement tonight as to the replacement yearbooks, and otherwise we'll be coming back on the 8th to be taking actions. Prior to turning this over to my colleagues, Mr. Petrarca, just a couple of follow-up questions for you. I know that you mentioned with respect to the policies and the codes of ethics and the student handbook, when you were discussing with the advisor these discussions with the EIC, did she have any discussions with them about the policies?
Not that she acknowledged.
Likewise, is there
I'm
any,
not, quite frankly, I'm not sure she knew there were policies in the handbook. Actually, the students I talked to about soliciting the interview, setting it up and soliciting it, weren't aware that the teacher had any involvement in the whole thing at all.
following this line, and thank you for the additional information, are you aware of any discussion that was had with the EIC by the advisor regarding codes of ethics, with which I'm sure she was familiar?
There is a Society of Professional Journalists document called the Code of Ethics. During my interview, I asked her if she subscribed to that ethical code, and she said, absolutely. I showed her the code, and I said, this is what you subscribe to, and she said, yes.
And you're not aware of any discussion about the code that she had with the EIC regarding this article?
The only question I asked, because I was kind of confused by why she was getting a stipend if the students were allowed to use class time to do the yearbook. Part of the instruction that goes on in the 4 classes, and you should know the 4 classes really are 2 titles. There's sort of an introduction to yearbook publication, and then there's an honors course in yearbook publication. You have to be at least a sophomore to get in any of those classes, and the editors-in-chief are picked by the advisor from the honors course. When I looked at the course descriptions for the courses, it's clear instructional time should be spent on journalistic standards, ethics, writing, marketing, publication, all of that stuff. Whether it was done is unknown to me.
Similarly, are you aware of any discussion that was had by the advisor with either the EIC or the editors about the student parent handbook, the principles to which you referred before?
No, I think she was surprised when I pointed it out.
Was there any discussion at a just more basic level of using good judgment?
I asked at the end of, and it was not a comfortable interview for her, but I asked at the end, knowing what she knows now, would you do things differently? And she said, of course, hindsight is 20/20. I was more concerned about the fact that there seemed to be no time spent, no concern about the impact this whole thing may have had on student 3. And I asked student 3 specifically if anyone from the yearbook, including the advisor, had spoken to her after the distribution and the controversy. And she said no, but her counselor and her civics teacher reached out to her to make sure she was okay.
Thank you, Mr. Petrarca. I'm going to now ask my colleagues if they have any points at this time. Mr. Glowacki, I'll start with you.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Petrarca, for all your work on this. First of all, has anybody from the administration, how is the student doing? Sorry. Thank you. Sorry. First of all, anybody from the administration or Mr. Petrarca, how's the student doing? Student number 3.
Barb?
We have had ongoing communication with the student since this has transpired. The most recent was within a day or 2 ago. We've spoke to her parent. She's doing well. She's in good spirits, and they're enjoying travel that was pre-planned prior to this event.
Thank you for checking in. Most of my questions will be around the facts of this. I know we have a number of issues that I don't know where to start. But how would you characterize, whose speech in the end was this in the yearbook? Was it student 3's? Was it the executive committee, the editors? Was it the advisors?
When we transcribed the quote, it's been done twice to make sure it was accurate because some of it's garbled, and you can imagine there are sophomores involved. So I asked student 2, the interviewer, how did you tape or secure the interview? How did you get the information? And she said there's an app that everyone on the yearbook uses that's provided to them at no cost. And she used that on her phone to secure the interview. The quote is clearly student 3's quote. I asked student 3 times if the quote was accurate, and she said yes. It was only until you look at the context of the entire interview that you can see the quote was a part of a much larger conversation. And again, it only went on for about 3 minutes and 24 seconds. But when you look at the entire context of it, I think I looked at this before I came out tonight. And there is an argument to be made that some of the quote that appeared on the October 7th issue is only a partial part of what the entire quote was about the war. It was selectively chosen.
And if I heard you correctly, the October 7th was not ever mentioned during any of the interviewing.
No. I asked student three's mom if she was aware of the interview and the quote, and she said all she knew was that her daughter had come home and said she was going to be interviewed for the yearbook, and she was excited for her. But again, no one saw the quote, no one heard the quote, no one was allowed to preview the quote before it was printed.
You referenced that there was a number of discussions about the use of this and this section being created. Do you know if when those were done?
They had to have been done before it was sent out for printing. So between mid-March to mid-April is when the conversations would have had to occur, because then it was already approved for content and sent out for printing in April.
Let me, I guess, follow up to that. Were they done during class periods? Were they done during advisory periods or some other time?
I have no idea of knowing, because it all sort of runs together at some point.
So
because class time is used for production.
During class time, are you aware of the curriculum and anything on reviewing quotes, verifying sources, and any of those parts of the lesson?
Only from the course description, which makes vague references to journalistic standards.
But there's no curriculum that was produced to prove or show when these topics are covered?
I don't know, nor did I ask what the specific curriculum is for the 4 classes, because we had the course descriptions.
Okay. I'm still shocked by all of this, as many are, and everything, just that how we've gotten to this situation, and it's incomprehensible. But going back to, I guess, the supervision piece of it that you referenced, of bringing this to the attention of our supervisors, had the teacher noted any attempts to bring this at any point in time to anybody's attention?
None.
Or attempts to try to?
None.
Now, since the lines are blurred here, what are the teacher's duties to the students in terms of their responsibilities?
Well, there's the board policy 5:120, which creates the ethical requirements. And interestingly, the code of conduct that we used and referred to has a subsection that essentially says do no harm and requires considerations about what's happening and what you're using, as does the board policy, as does the handbook, as does the state law that I started with. Everyone likes to read in the journalism business, particularly in student publications, the first 2 sentences of the law, which has a clear indication that student publications are First Amendment protected speech. You have to read the rest of the law, which isn't very long, to find out that there are ways you can constrain that speech, and there are 4 exceptions to the protected speech requirement. Likewise, you in your board policy on controversial issues list items that are not considered protected speech. And what we're talking about would have been one of those items that could have been subject to at least prior review. We can fight about prior restraint a different time, but there was no attempt made to get anyone else's opinion except the students.
And is this teacher advisor, just to make sure I have their background correctly, excuse me. Sorry, losing my voice. Is this teacher advisor a lawyer by training?
The teacher advisor is the furthest thing from a lawyer.
I mean, as this particular person taken any legal classes that you're aware of?
No, I will tell you this. There are several organizations I guess they're viewed as professional organizations that, to which advisors and student journalists belong. I named one of them. They have a conference every year. Students from all over the country go out there, and there are student publication lawyers who advise them. I think the advice, from what I gather in my experience, is that nobody can tell you can't print it. In fact, I've had them try to tell students, the school district's lawyer is wrong on this. And I said, well, I invite you to come to court and show me, but they've never taken me up on it.
So this code of conduct that they subscribe to, there isn't a test or any type of certification or as lawyers would go through in terms of going through this code of conduct that you're aware of?
No, I think there's a lot of information that comes out of adult media publication, electronic, print, or whatever, where journalists believe, look, this all started with Watergate, right? And Deep Throat and all of the information about the role journalists play in finding the truth. And it sort of translates, but quite frankly, we're talking about 15 to 17-year-old kids making decisions, and there's no supervision.
My last question, in terms of this mix of the having the classes with the advisory taking place, when did that form? Could you tell, when did that start?
The yearbook at South has been in place since 1963. I may be wrong on this. I don't think organizationally you use the same structure at North.
No.
Somebody can comment on that. I don't think it's part of a class for which credit is given. I think it's almost, forgive me, almost like a club activity outside of that. But I will tell you, having been in high school many, not years, decades ago, I was the editor of my high school newspaper. And back then, we did have a journalism class during which we learned journalistic standards and worked on publication of the school newspaper. So I don't think this is new.
So in terms of, I guess, in your report, you referenced this is run by, or the teacher, that this is run by students. When would you say that this format changed? That it was run by students?
I don't think I know. I can tell you that I saw some information in the district possession that before 2001, yes, before 2001, it must have been different, because in 2001, students on the yearbook wrote a letter about complimenting their advisor for letting them essentially run the operation. That happens to be the year this advisor started.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glowacki. Mr. O'Hara.
Thank you. Pete, you had a lot of my questions. Most of them, actually. I just have two comments. First, I just want to note for everybody that our yearbook has garnered national awards for years and stuff. And Barb's been here for 2 years now. So I just, from an administration standpoint, if you come into an organization, it's a big organization, and something doesn't seem to be doing anything wrong, you might not be looking at it until, and so just for Barb, I understand why you might not have interacted much, given what you're working with and what was going on previous to this. Because if you looked at this last year and you're in a national, you're the #1 yearbook, no one would be asking you anything, right? It seems so. It seems from my standpoint for the administration, I feel for you guys, it does seem like it might have come out of left field for you a little bit, and that's upsetting, and it's very upsetting. I would ask the public to please read the report. I've only skimmed it myself, and then put it away for a second. You'll probably be a little upset, and then go back and read it again, because I think we do better when we read something twice and give yourself a little bit of time to think about it. Because if you're upset about something, you don't actually think about it as well as you should. And that's what I'm personally going to do. And thank you, Justin, for being thorough with this. I know justice delayed is justice denied, but I don't think a month is, especially with the holidays and the graduation and getting that all done. We weren't going to push graduation. I mean, these seniors, they want to go, they're done. They want to go home, they want to go to college. So I appreciate the speed you've done this with. And I really think, I think it's important that we as a community sit down and read this report and then come back on July 8th and let's get this thing solved for us, huh? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hara. Ms.
If
Mullin.
I can just mention something off of what Matt just said. In all fairness, to be truly balanced, which is what we always strive for, this advisor has won national awards. She is nationally recognized. This yearbook has been, by Jostens, who prints it, one of the top 2 or 3 in the country for a number of years. So look, I represent a lot of school districts. I've never seen a 400-page yearbook. I hope I never see one again. But the fact of the matter is, in fundamental fairness, she is recognized in her profession for what she does.
Thank you. Ms. Mullenbeck. People, please, if you would, please, thank you. Ms. Mullenbeck.
I do want to say thank you, Justin, for all the work you've done on this. I know it was a heavy lift and I'm sorry, is that better? I was saying that along with everyone else on the board, we appreciate the good work that Justin has done on this. And I concur with what Mr. O'Hara had to say, that work like this does take time. And I'm sorry to the extent that people have felt impatient and felt as if we should do something more quickly. We do have to follow process and procedures, and there are lots of different perspectives and issues that need to be taken into account. So I would rather we do it deliberately and deliberatively than do something off the cuff. And I do want to express again, and I said this at the last meeting, that I think it is a terrible blow to our community that we've had to all go through this. Whatever, I don't know that I would say whatever side you're on, because I feel like there's a broad gamut, wide spectrum of views. We've heard from many, many community members, and I find it, some folks think that there's an obvious solution, maybe not realizing that what they consider to be the obvious solution is diametrically opposed to someone else's obvious solution. So we're trying to take all of that into account. And I just hate that we've been torn apart this way. I have a couple of specific questions for you, Justin. One is, when you mentioned that the advisor felt it was necessary to talk to the editors-in-chief multiple times about this particular section of the yearbook. Did she elaborate at all on why she felt that was necessary? Does she do that for every quote in the yearbook?
No, in fact, I asked the question, when did you solicit permission from parents to have students quoted by name and class designation? Because every page of this book, excuse me, is replete with quotes from students. They go anywhere from October 7th to, I'm glad they finally got better pizza in the cafeteria, and then the kid is quoted. I mean, that's the kind of stuff yearbooks are about, what's important to students. But when I said, why wouldn't you take the time, essentially, to make sure it was right and check the quotes and make sure people gave the staff, the students, permission, she said, oh, that would have taken a long time. I said, well, maybe the book would be half as long as it is if you had to do that, which was upsetting to her. But no, I think it's interesting. I mentioned the year 2001, which is the year she began. And I mentioned a letter from the editors thanking about the construction of the yearbook that year. And I remember that's the year she started. And they thanked her as their, this is a quote from the letter, silent advisor. So when you ask the question, when might this have started, I think it's right around that time.
Another question specific to the actual publication. In addition to the 2 quoted students, there's some captioning, I guess I would describe it as. Did the advisor or the students that you interviewed elaborate on who drafted those sections?
Well, the students I interviewed had nothing to do with content, layout, design, photos. They were reporters, so to speak. But it is my opinion that everything you're looking at was the product of a decision by the editors in chief and the section editors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mullenbeck. Mr. Shine?
Justin, I'd like to start by adding my thanks to the comprehensive nature of your report. I, for one, was and remain very impatient. I think this has taken a long time, but it is better to get it right. And I'm always working on my patience and not doing well in that regard. So I have a couple of specific questions. The layout of this page. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 elements on this page. The student, she has her piece. The photo and the dating of this, this is strictly editorial, right?
Correct.
This was layout. And
Design, layout,
layout.
photos, all come, ultimate decision is made by the editors in chief.
Right, okay. And they never, so I make sure that there's no ambiguity here. Nobody asked, is it accurate? Nobody ever asked her about October 7th?
That is correct, and that is what she told me and what the interviewer, student 2, told me.
But then we published like this.
Well,
with a-
then
with a-
I
with a
think
headline.
the process, and again, I'm not there, but I think what happened is by the middle of March, now remember, the quote is solicited February 23rd.
Got that.
So that's about 3 weeks from the deadline by which all content has to be in. And then there's another month where the content has to be finalized before it's sent off to the printer.
And that period is where they may have had those conversations.
Yes.
Right, okay. So I understand how we got from a tape to what's on this page. Okay.
I mean, the reality is, I asked the advisor, once you sent it out to print, did you have any thoughts about what to do with it? You certainly talked to students about it. You had concerns. And it's clear from what she said that once it's sent to print, they are done with the yearbook for 2024. The rest of the semester is about marketing, selling, soliciting, and getting organized for the next school year, because they have to pick the next group of editors.
Understood. So related to the course, and you may not, or can ask maybe one of the administrators, does this course actually have a syllabus with, that lists the outcomes? Right, the student shall, dun, dun, dun. And do we have that in other courses? So maybe we don't do it like that, but.
Yes, some courses have what we call syllabi. In this situation, I communicated with the instructional supervisor to try and obtain the course syllabus, and we do not have a copy of that.
So we don't have a copy, meaning it doesn't exist.
I cannot say whether it does or doesn't at this point. We're looking for one, but we don't have it right now.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Petroika, can you explain the linkage to a staff person from the code of conduct in the student handbook? So when I think of that, I think of, this is how students and parents, this is how you're supposed to behave. Here are the things that are okay. Here are definitely the things that are not okay. But I think of that as students, friends, family, that side of it. Now we're saying we've got faculty, and there is a linkage that you mentioned. Can you please
So
help
let me
clarify
just
that?
give you a little context. For years in this state, when teachers, particularly tenured teachers, were dismissed, oftentimes they violated what was believed to be a code of conduct in which teachers were viewed as role models for students. And they're easy cases when you're dealing with sex abuse or criminal activity or insubordination. But we always, I mean, I've dismissed a number of tenured teachers under what was called the role model theory, and the courts always upheld it, that teachers are viewed in a different light than ordinary citizens when they engage in their profession. So about 2.5 years ago, I was pleased to see that the legislature had codified the role model theory in the context of the Educator Code of Ethics. And the one I'm relying on as probably one that is violated here is that school district employees must, and this is the quoted section, maintain a safe and healthy environment free from harassment, intimidation, bullying, hazing, and violence, and free from bias and discrimination. So that's a plank to which educators are held. And I think it's not a stretch to argue that the publication of this probably is inconsistent with that ethical requirement.
Seems rather clear. Thank you.
By the way, that's on page 3 of the report, if you want to take a closer look.
And that's statutory, just to be clear.
It's statutory now. You have it in a board policy
As well.
as everybody does.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Chang.
Thank you for clarifying that. In a long career, being faced with other, difficult situations, we can never undo what's been done. And I'm left feeling, very disappointed in us as an organization, starting here at the board, down through administration, not blaming individuals, but I can't help, but I think of what was wrong with our process that we could get to this point. A group of very intelligent people, well-meaning, love kids, love teaching, love learning, all of the good stuff, yet here we are faced with a situation that is kind of an unforced error, right? I mean, somebody could have reviewed this, somebody could, before we even got to this point, coached as part of the coursework. What are ethical standards? Where are some boundaries? What makes sense? The purpose of this document is not to hurt people. It really is a memento. Like, what are you going to look at? I went back and I looked at my yearbook. God, it was so embarrassing. But it wasn't a journalistic piece. It was a different generation, obviously. So I think to get ahead going forward and trying to improve, I think one thing we have to answer is, what is our expectation for the yearbook? I mean, what is it? Why does it exist? Why do we pay for it? Why do we allow students to take courses related to it? There's a lot behind this. It's a big engine, and its mission has to be made more clear. And if it is, then I think we won't be in these situations in the future, because everybody will know why they stepped up. Why are they in this course? And it will help everybody. And the other thing I think of is there anything else going on in our organization that's kind of parallel? Not the same, but are there other things buried out there that are just kind of coasting along in the background? We're not sure. We never look at them because nobody's complaining. And we've had these in the many years that I've sat here. These would come up periodically, and we'd look at each other and go, oh, that's impossible. That could never happen here. And you're like, yep, and here. And it's like this. And you're like, we can't believe it, because we're so big, and things that appear to be working well can sometimes lead to a situation like this. So I would say, let's get our mission and our vision clear on the yearbook, but then also let's consider other things that may have a similar structure that may be kind of there in the background, working well. They're great. The community loves them. Everything seems fine until you peel back the onion, and you're like, ooh, we need to get ahead of this. This doesn't feel right. It doesn't meet our standards.
One of the first things I did at the beginning of the investigation, before I talked to anybody, was to ask if there was a job description for the yearbook advisor, and there isn't. And I don't think that's unusual. I think we're finding in a lot of school districts today, we don't have job descriptions. And quite frankly, when you start dealing with disability laws and job qualifications and handling difficult personnel issues, you'd better have some standards written down. I suspect that I'm correct when I say to you, there are probably a lot of teachers here who take on extra responsibilities. It could be debate, it could be sports, it could be mathletes, it could be clubs, who probably have to take on a lot of responsibility to operate without much guidance in terms of what's expected of them, whether that's communication, dealing with vendors, securing contracts for goods and services. And I think they're a little bit at sea about, what do we do? And I suspect most of them do what they have to do to make sure it goes and the activity runs. So creating some set of standards would probably help a lot of people.
Sorry. May I ask a follow-up question to your point that you just made, Mr. Pirard? You said there's no job description for this as an advisor, but is there a job description for this person as a teacher, since we don't know where that line?
I think there is a teacher job description. Ms. Romano?
Yes, we do have job descriptions for teachers. They're more general, and this goes back to the work that has been done through the Para Joint Committee. And when the Para Joint Committee came about through the law, there were some recommendations to have specific job descriptions for teachers, perhaps, or psychologists for different roles. We do have one, again, for teacher, but we are working through getting job descriptions for those extracurricular activities.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I follow that point. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Glowacki. Dr. Steinberg.
Thank you. One thing that patients will buy you is that everybody will ask your questions before it gets to you. So
Okay.
probably I'm going to be
Thank you.
short. How difficult it is to work on the 2024, 21st century. I was remembering a long time ago, a parent came and talked about how he had been bullied 40 years ago. Most of these things are not new. I think what we all lost sight of or track is that we live in the century of social media. So whatever we say gets expanded everywhere, right or wrong. And how we badly wronged a young student, regardless if I agree with what he said or not, or the context of what he said, she's part of our responsibilities. So at least on my side, I apologize to the student. I think as I said, this is not a condonation of what she said or the context of what she said, but our job is to protect her. Like everyone, I had 2 kids that came to this school. A lot of people here have children that came to the school or they are coming to the school. And the first thing we want is to protect them and to recognize that sometimes they're going to make mistakes. And if this is not the ground to correct the mistakes, when are we expecting them to make the mistakes? Once they are out there? So let me start by saying that as I said, most of my questions were asked, but I think there's this duality. I think one of the things that make us good is we give our students agency. You just mentioned it. We have debate, we have sports, we have different things where we try to encourage our students to be themselves, to grow and to show and to represent us. But I think part of the responsibility, like you said, and I don't know if this is a job description, but this could have happened on a debate trip, right? Or this could happen somewhere else. So where's the line where we train, or what are the expectations that we have from the advisors so these things don't happen? Or that if mistakes are not these kind of mistakes. This is something that my colleague was just saying, what's in his yearbook from the past. This is something that stays in paper. Even if we change it or people get a new yearbook, somebody will have a copy of this. So we have to figure out a way how to minimize the possibility of this happening again. And I have some questions I think will go into closed session. I'm more interested now, at least for us, in terms of how do we bridge this gap between we are here setting up policies, people are somewhere outside, they are implementing things that are the direct results of these policies. But what do we do in between? What is that response? I'm being generous here on talking about administration and the board. But what are the processes that we have to make sure that these policies are being carried correctly? And without taking away this idea of having agency and this idea of giving teachers space to grow, because I think that's really important. But today was this, maybe another time was something else. what do we do? Do we have, and I don't know about this, do we have annual meetings? Do ISs sit, you were asking about the syllabus. Do ISs sit regularly with the teacher and say, how is the class going? What are you doing? What are the processes? What things we can do or what mechanisms we can implement to avoid these kind of things happening down the road? I cannot say it's impossible for this. It's possible for this not to happen again, but how can we say, this happened because somebody missed to step 1 or step 2? We have a code where we have 7 steps to do everything that we do. We cannot say it, unfortunately, on this particular thing. I appreciate this year the administration worked really hard on strategic planning, on involving everybody and looking at where we go to the future. That's good, but we don't have, if we don't work on looking at how we implement what we do at every step. At the end of the day, the interpreters of what we do are the students and the teachers. Everybody else, we are in the middle. We don't walk into the classroom. We don't interact with the student for 95% of the time. So what processes do we have in place to make sure, one of my colleagues, I don't know if it was you, Pete, that asked, are people being trained on what the code says or things like that? What things we put in place, what mechanisms we put in place? So at least we can say, we try, we did, and if somebody failed, well, we all are maybe failing at some point, but at least we can say out loud, we have the mechanisms in place. This was an outlier. This advisor, as Justin and many of you said, had been working for 20 years and made us win awards, so we cannot disregard that part. So probably even if we remove these 2 pages from the yearbook, there are tons of things that everybody who has the yearbook will be very proud of it, right? But we failed somehow because all the good things still gave room to something that was, so bad that 1 page out of, how many you said, 500, 800? How many pages the yearbook has? 400? It's hard to believe that there are not 399 pages of good things that people are going to be feeling proud about it. So my request, as I said, I may have some questions that are more targeted for closed section. But in terms of what we learn, and we talk about what the student learned from this is a teachable moment, what do we learn from this? How do we come out from this?
Excuse me, would you please keep down the speaking right now? Thank you.
Thank you. What do we learn from this? How do we put in our planning or the administration planning a process where these situations, at least the questions in terms of, did somebody check on this? Was the advisor supposed to ask questions? Was the instructional supervisor supposed to talk to the advisor? What were those mechanisms? Maybe we don't have them, and if we don't have them, we have to admit we didn't have them, or they were so outdated that made sense 20 years ago and don't make sense today. So if they don't make sense today, part of our responsibility is to sit down. I know a few board members sit down and review policy all the time because they recognize that the policy of the past may not apply directly to the policy of today. What about the processes of the past and the processes of today? Clearly, with the yearbook, maybe it's not so much different because it's printed. So even without social media, you will have it there. But we have the other activities where students may make mistakes, similar mistakes. So my request to us or to the administration or to board is to figure out a way of creating more mechanisms to try to avoid these things from happening.
Thank you, Dr. Steinberg. Thank you again, Mr. Petrarca, for all of your hard work on this. As shocking and disturbing as this whole situation has been, and the report underscores many aspects of that, we do need to deliberate intelligently and yet promptly to address these issues. We need to address not just the situation in front of us, but what can we do to prevent recurrence, which you hear echoed up here in the last several minutes. We also have to look at bigger issues, policy implementation, as Dr. Steinberg was just alluding to, supervision, guidance, because ultimately that's how we improve. That's how we heal. That's how we bring our community together, because this community has been strong for decades, and to see it torn asunder hurts us all, disturbs us all. And you felt that tonight in your very thoughtful comments, which we appreciate, and we've felt it in the correspondence and even the comments on the 28th as well of May, and we appreciate that. But our healing, our bringing ourselves together is going to take the transparency, the honesty, the deliberation, and not just looking at this situation and addressing it, but what we can do to prevent recurrence and look at bigger issues to continue to improve our district. The report, as I've mentioned a number of times, will be posted on our website tomorrow. As all of us have encouraged you, please do review it. Mr. Petrarca has looked at it on multiple levels, not only factual, but legal and policy and ethical. And it's difficult, it's hard, it's painful, but it's honest. And the best way to get better is to start with honesty. And that's important to all of us. I did mention that one item we are going to address tonight is we have developed a couple of options the administration has as to options for people who would like to replace their yearbooks. And on the 26th, which is Wednesday, there will be a Google form that will be sent to students and parents who purchase the yearbook. It only needs to be filled out by the students or the parent guardian that is seeking a replacement or modification they've received, and I'll explain that in a moment. The form will offer two options, and you can, obviously students can keep the yearbooks as is if they wish. Either they can request a reprinted copy of the yearbook that will not include the timeline story attributed October 7th. And in that case, the students would just exchange their yearbooks and just pick up a new yearbook and exchange their old one. And the alternative, if they want to keep their yearbook, but adjust it or modify it, they would request a sticker to apply over the timeline story attributed to October the 7th. Students requesting this option, we mailed the sticker that can be applied to their yearbook. The Google link is going to go out on Wednesday the 26th, which is this Wednesday. And over the ensuing 2 weeks, we ask that those who want to avail themselves of either option do let us know through the Google link. That'd be July 10th. Stickers and yearbooks will take approximately 7 to 8 weeks working with Jostens to come back to us. We will order the exact number of yearbooks that are requested through the form plus an additional 25 to 50 in case there are late changes on that. We will also order the enough stickers for all yearbooks previously distributed as well. So those are the options. You, if are a family that ordered a yearbook, you'll be receiving a Google link on Wednesday. So we want to at least give you that information. We are going to now turn to the last regular item, which is policies, which you're of course invited to listen to, but may not be exactly what you're interested in. But thank you again for coming tonight and all of your input over the last several weeks. We appreciate your patience and your dedication to our district.
I was in the policy stuff.
What? Why? What did you want? What would you want?
No, this is 7.3. Yeah.
Didn't we adjust something? Make it
It was-
11.5?
That was under the,
Okay, I watched my.
Once I have coffee, it's faded out of the door.
Okay, we are going to pick up with item 7.2, which are, I believe, 3 policies and procedures and maybe a retirement or 2, if I've got that right. Dr. Gravel, you will be walking us through those policies. These are on first read, so they will be coming back, unless there are questions, coming back on the 8th of July on consent, if I understand that right. Dr. Johns, you want to add anything before Dr. Gravel commences?
No, I think Dr. Gravel has this well covered. Take it away.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to review a few proposed policies and procedures. As a reminder, policies and procedures are presented to a superintendent's committee that reviews board policies. We utilize heavily a board policy manual that is published by the Illinois Association of School Boards, or IASB. It's oftentimes referred to as PRESS. And those model policies are utilized to compare against our existing policies, as well as unique local needs that we might have that might be not addressed through a statewide policy. Some of the policies before you this evening include traffic and parking control plans. I'll just kind of highlight the key salient points from them. With respect to traffic and parking controls, as many members of our community know, we have a high demand for parking specifically for students, and we have a limited supply. We go through as fair as a process as we can by providing all of our seniors access to a parking pass as long as they apply for one by the designated date, which is typically around April. And then after all of those passes are given out, we go through a lottery process, which is a complete random chance of remaining juniors who are interested in parking. When an individual doesn't receive a parking permit, whether they be a sophomore, a junior, or a senior that doesn't go through the process, sometimes students make not the best choices to continue to park even without a permit. When we identify a student's vehicle that does not have a permit, we reach out to them, we bring them down to the dean's office, we have a conversation, we work through a natural process. And we do that 1, 2, or 3 times. We'll then proceed into a situation where a student might be provided a consequence of a detention. But we do have a limited but a amount of students and families that choose not to follow the parking rules, meaning they will purposely park illegally in no parking zones such as fire lanes. They will just park in staff parking, or they will park anywhere on campus. This is not an uncommon situation. It is one that our board policy previously had addressed in prior years, where we would potentially relocate or tow a student's car after multiple infractions and things of that nature. In consultation with other area high schools, we have got to that point where we're recommending that the board re-add the ability to, number one, place a sticker on a vehicle. I want to emphasize, none of this happens before multiple conversations with students and their families, but they'd receive a sticker notifying them that they are improperly parked. And on the third and or subsequent occasion, we would have the ability to relocate or tow a vehicle at the owner's expense. Again, I just do really want to highlight, these are individuals who have chosen to park in disabled spaces, parking in fire lanes, parking in staff, it's a variety of challenges. And so that policy addresses that. In policy 5:100 staff development program, there are a variety of trainings that Illinois educators or individuals with professional educators licenses or any school support personnel must go through on an annual basis. One of the most common ones that we go through is, we actually discussed this morning, bloodborne pathogens. Those trainings are required to be listed in board policy, but our policy doesn't currently state it. What we've done here is we've
Did you say pathogens?
Pathogens, yes.
Oh, okay. Just wanted
Yes.
to make sure I was listening.
No worries. There's a 9-minute video for you to watch if you like.
I'm so excited. Recess. No, okay, let's go.
What we've done is we've taken the model press policy, which has all of these requirements, and we've incorporated in our local policy manual, we had about 3 different policies and procedures with some of this information, but not all of it. We've consolidated it to simplify. And then also, there are 2 separate procedural documents, educational support personnel and senior educational support personnel. That's procedures 5:270 and 5:271. What we've done here is simply clarified the process for different time off leaves, which is in alignment with our recent GESA negotiated agreements. We've always tried to keep all of our support staff in similar conditions and similar expectations, and this makes that alignment. With that said, I'm happy to answer any questions regarding anything that's been presented and certainly can follow up at a later time if any board members have.
Dr. Johnson, anything to add? Okay. Two things, traffic and parking control stickers. Are we making sure that these stickers come off and don't damage the vehicles? I'm asking because I remember people go to the pound in Chicago complain because they get written on and then it doesn't come off. So I just want to make sure we're not vandalizing, so to speak.
No, certainly. So stickers are properly affixed on a piece of glass, not on any other portion of the vehicle. So number one. Number two, they are placed in a way where where the individual can still drive the vehicle without having any part of the window obstructed. That would create a safety issue.
Waiting for number three.
However, they are typically bright colored in nature and they are intended to serve as a deterrent. So it will take an effort to remove the sticker.
Okay, so but when I gotcha, all that. But when you remove the sticker, is there going to be a bunch of glue left for good? Okay, like does Goo Gone take care of it? I'm being serious because people will say, I get it, but don't.
From a very practical perspective, for an individual who may or may not have received a sticker such as this in the past, Goo Gone is a very effective tool.
Yeah, I appreciate you doing your YouTube research. Excellent. Okay, second question, serious. The staff development, it used to be 5,000, now it's 15,000.
Yeah.
And the last time we did the policies in 2014. So has inflation been triple since then? I know it's been bad the last few years, but.
No, that's a great question. So one of the items that we have been working for, and this is, and forgive me for not addressing that directly in 5:100. What Mr. Dowdy's referring to is there's different levels within board policies where we prepare additional information and bring it forth to the Board of Education. First and foremost, overnight travel that we have with students all comes to the board and we give kind of a truncated paragraph, if you will, the number of students, the cost, so on and so forth. All of the actual work is then vetted first and foremost with an instructional supervisor or an assistant principal, followed by an associate principal, superintendent, so on and so forth. From a staff travel perspective, there are times when we have a variety of staff members transition or go for a conference or things of that nature. We have worked really hard to incorporate the majority of those trips and those events as part of the annual budget process. So we've incorporated into the budget. We have write-ups that are as part of the budget process that the board will next see in July, and those are outlined. When things are not done through that process, we have to have a threshold in which we bring it forth for the board for approval. And when, again, we've gotten feedback from staff and other individuals about being able to move forward and also talk to other neighboring districts, our 5,000 limit is very low. It's not necessarily inflation. It was an amount that we just started with. And through now, forgive me, 3 or 4 years of implementation, we are recommending that be set at $15,000. Again, the budgetary requirements still exist for being incorporated into the budget, but this is where an additional full-scale memo is prepared and things of that nature.
Okay. And the reason I ask is that we're just thinking about in different context, a much more really serious context, to making sure that you as CFO are not worrying about overseeing the expenditures and whether it makes sense to send 20 people as opposed to 10 people, making sure that we have that nice form saying, are they going to bring back the knowledge and share it within the department? Because that's so critical.
Dissemination component,
I
absolutely.
just want to make sure that if we're expanding the authority, that we are expanding the accountability that attends that new gap.
That is a wonderful question or a wonderful statement, and I appreciate the acknowledgement of not adding burden. In this situation, this policy was also implemented at a time when we didn't have as comprehensive or as clear responsibilities for our educational services department as we have today. So in addition to every expenditure related to this, primarily as part of the school operating budget. So there is a set amount. It is clearly defined. It is intended for professional development. It will go through at least 3 levels of approval at the building. It will then go to Dr. Adrisi for her approval prior to getting to my final approval, where my focus is making sure policy has been adhered to and that budgetary allocations are available and that we're not exceeding budget.
So you still go through all those steps even though you don't take it all the way to the board level?
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that there's accountability built in.
No, there has to be, absolutely.
I mean, this is, and again, that's not to doubt any particular staff development. I don't mean that at all. Directly the opposite. We want our staff to develop. We want them to have the professional opportunities. It's just want to make sure that we're having the oversight that goes into it, which has been so important. Okay, that's
Absolutely.
cool. Any other questions on the policies and procedures, anyone? No. Okay,
So this is the first read.
this is the first read. I'll come back on the 8th. Any other things pop up, please let Dr. Gravel know or Mr. O'Hara because he's on the policy meeting. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. 7.3 is our next item. It is student use of electronic devices. Dr. Johns.
Well, I think you've seen across the country a growing interest in managing cell phone use in the classroom. That has not eluded us in District 225. I think there are 3 states now that are contemplating statewide laws limiting the access of cell phones to students. We've had a committee that has been led by Dr. Adrisi and Dr. Gravel who've addressed this issue. Dr. Gravel, and probably with some assistance of Dr. Adrisi, will walk through the outcome of that committee work.
Certainly. So first and foremost, part of my professional background, as you know, is I'm an instructional technologist. So my focus is always looking at the affordances and constraints of any tool or resource that we have available to us. There are absolute uses that a young adolescent has that is a direct benefit by having a cell phone with them on a regular basis. We think of the obvious, getting to and from school and being in contact with our parents or guardians. We have the opportunities to participate very rapidly within class, which is supported primarily through a student's Chromebook, but at different times can benefit through the use of a mobile phone. But what happened in the spring is we had a variety of teachers come forward to members of our school leadership teams, as well as the district administration, to say, hey, from a teacher's perspective, from a student's perspective, the utilization or the height of utilization of cell phones in the classroom has really become a distraction. Is there something we can do? And instead of a group of administrators just kind of going and working independently, we worked directly with our association, the GEA, and they identified representatives of individuals from Glenbrook South, Glenbrook North, as well as Glenbrook off campus. We came together, actually in this room. We were supported by a member of Mr. Petrarca's firm, Darcy Williams, who provided a legal understanding of how you can control, if you will, cell phone and wireless devices. We took an extensive deep dive of our board policies and our student handbook. And what we found was that we had a lot of flexibility for defining school-wide expectations within the policies and procedures that exist. But our real practical challenge is we haven't been consistent in what our guidelines or expectations are going to be. So you might have one expectation, for lack of better terms, in a core content subject at Glenbrook North and a different expectation in that same core content area at Glenbrook South. And in fact, as a music teacher, you might have one expectation at Glenbrook North and a different experience at Glenbrook South in the same exact class. As we came together, we took an opportunity to really dig into the research, and there truly is some amazing compilation of information about how students really are struggling with being able, for lack of better terms, to put that device aside. And it sounds so easy that you can just put it aside, but when we are connected through smartwatches, through our devices, through larger devices that are in front of us, all those notifications that come through, and they come through fervently. It's hard just to do by being told, put it in your bag and what have you. So we processed through different options. We talked to colleagues at Evanston Township High School, at Maine Township High School, Oak Park River Forest. We talked to folks at New Trier. We talked to folks at District 34, District 27, 28, all around. And what we found is there's no cookie cutter approach to this. It's really unique. And what we also identified was that whatever we do, you shouldn't necessarily go to the most extreme option. And we've certainly seen some states go down that route from a much larger level. You should do incremental changes and let the data inform what's working or what's not working. And so presented before you is the recommendations that we plan to implement next school year for all of our students across North, South, and Glenbrook off campus, our therapeutic day school. And here's what it looks like. When you're a student going into an academic class, and an academic class includes our music classes, our English, math, CTE courses, every course, if you kind of think of that that's associated with instruction and grades, there's going to be what I actually call a pocket chart, or what we're calling a phone caddy. It's going to be a chart that's securely mounted to a wall where an individual will take their phone and they're going to put it into a numbered pocket. And they're going to do that when they come in the classroom, and then they're going to sit down. We're going to get right into instruction. And at the end of the class, they're going to be able to go and pick up that phone and take it with them. And yes, we know that many of our teachers have implemented these, and we haven't been clear on certain procedures. So when sometimes students had that urge to go on their cell phones, that would be when we would raise your hand and you'd ask to use the washroom, and you take the phone with you, and you had an extended time that you were away from the classroom, if you will. Part of the phone caddy process is the phone is dropped in and it stays there unless there is an instructional need that's been clearly identified by the teacher and the teacher allows you to take that out. Or if you're leaving the classroom for the block. So think of a student who might have an orthodontist appointment. They're actually leaving the classroom, they'll take their phone and things of that nature. That's really what it comes down to. But the communication and the data standpoint, I think, is the most meaningful from this approach we've come into. And that is, we know kids make mistakes, and we need to have process to work through that's consistent, that's fair. And so when a student might decide not to put their phone in the caddy, and they might just keep it in their pocket, but then it alerts them and they take it out of their pocket, the teacher's going to have a conversation with the student. And they're going to be told to put it in the caddy. If that happens again, teacher's going to have a conversation with that student. They're going to put it in the caddy. And at that point, they're going to put in a referral so that the parents are notified that, hey, this is the second occasion when your student has had an issue. We've asked them to correct it and they're not doing it. On the third occasion, they're going to put it in the caddy, conversation, parent notified, and they're going to have a conversation with the dean to see what's going on here. What other supports do they need? That might be a time when we involve their school counselor. We might involve a social worker if it's needed, so we can really get an understanding. If we continue to see the behavior, we're going to continue to document it, but there might be a situation where students, upon arriving to school, are required to go to the dean's office and turn in their phone at the beginning of the day. And then they'll pick it up before they leave at the end of the day. Everything that I've kind of mentioned here are strategies that we've heard different schools implement, but we're using it as our best effort to put something forward. But a big concept here with anything you do regarding policy and procedure, it's very much what I talked about vehicles and professional development a few moments ago in policy, is you can't make a decision and then not evaluate it later on. And so as part of our plan, written in all of our communication, is that before the end of the semester, a group of students, teachers, and administrators will come together to review the data. We'll look and see how many referrals have been submitted. We'll gather informal feedback from all of different stakeholders. We're going to review that and see if there's other tweaks that need to be made to our systems so that it's not just what we're saying now is going to work. We're going to implement it, we're going to monitor it, and we'll make incremental adjustments as needed, and we'll report that all out to all stakeholders so everyone knows how it's going. We think this approach is solid. We've been very grateful to have Dr. Adrizi's assistants, her team, and kind of what our goal here is to put forth a starting point, and now all of us will be working together to evaluate that data and determine what's next. But while there's no action that's required for the board on this, because again, we already have the policies, we have the procedures, we want to create an awareness of this. And so another element that we're working on is communication with our families. We wanted to present it first to the board. Our plan was next week that we were going to share an email about this with a frequently asked question document that we've developed, and we're still doing a little tweaking, but we've made some good progress for our parents and students. We're going to share that out with everyone. And then, Dr. Georges, forgive me, on the second blue and gold or green and gold days, we have our dean's office presentations where we talk about school-wide expectations. And every student will go through the process and hear directly from the deans, which is kind of one of the channels we use to create familiarity of their support team. They'll hear about this and they'll be reinforced in addition to every teacher reinforcing it during their first classes that they'll have. And so that's kind of an overview. Happy to entertain any questions. I know Dr. Idrizi would as well.
So thank you, Dr. Crivello. Dr. Johns, anything you want to add? Okay. So thank you for this. I'm a huge fan generally of this whole concept. I thought we couldn't do it, and now it sounds like we can, which I think is going to really be helpful. In the stakeholders, did you get any input from the parents who have varying, from my understanding, varying attitudes? And then sort of the follow-up is, when you do your periodic evaluations, are you going to bring parents into the picture? Because you need to communicate, obviously.
Yes, forgive
But
me.
I want to make sure they're in the stakeholder group.
If I miss saying parents as part of our continuing improvement, I apologize on that. It's all of our stakeholder groups. In terms of this initial glance of moving forward, we gathered feedback from student focus groups, from teachers, from administrators. We actually, throughout the process, received a decent number of emails from parents on this topic. And they were on both sides of the spectrum. But gathering additional parent feedback is absolutely something we need to do more of. But I would say that yes, Dr. Idrizi, Dr. Johns, myself, and I believe all of our principals received a decent amount of feedback from parents, but we did not conduct individual or group parent focus groups.
And second thing and last thing, you mentioned about training the students on the second color day. Are you training the teachers as well? And are you going to empower them to enforce at the levels that we're talking about?
Yes. And I really want to drive home an important point here. When we were going through this work, we heard a lot from our teacher representatives that they have a role to do in making sure that each other are all working together to support this initiative. So I don't just view it as, yes, the administration will be sharing this with all teachers, likely also next week. But we look at this on our first Glenbrook Day when we have everyone together. This is a great opportunity to model how teachers and administrators can come together to work on a common issue and how we're all supporting each other. And that would be our big kind of message, which is in alignment with the strategic plan that I know Ms. Smith and Dr. Johns will talk about again on July 8th as an action item specifically associated with the goal of how we manage technology in classrooms.
Thank you, Dr. Gravel. Dr. Steinberg?
Question and a comment. In the schools that you were looking at and implementations, have you run, one thing that's done in some universities and people are doing right now, it's they're putting the phone on focus, which means no notifications come. There are a couple of articles online you can see. The New York Times wrote one. It changed the behavior not only in the classroom. When those students went to do homework or went to do internship and work, they started using it as well because they realized, I don't have to put my phone away. I put it on focus. I don't get any emails. I don't get anything. I can focus on my work because the other part is not going to happen to us. But if you work with the Mac or with a Windows machine and your phone is connected to it, even if you put it away, you get a text message. It will show on your computer.
Yes.
So the only way to really change the behavior is to not to turn it off, to put it on focus. And then if your parent calls, if an emergency calls from a contact, or if you have a device for diabetes or for something like that, that will escape the focus and will come up. But then you won't have people sitting in the classroom asking, why is Skip having a cell phone and I'm not having a cell phone, and Pete there is having a cell phone, somebody else, and you have to start explaining, well, he has a special case that I cannot disclose, and she has a special case that I cannot disclose, and she has a note from somebody else. It may be a little bit more complicated in terms of, as we know our community, in terms of arguing. The second point, and this is evidence based on my youngest one that likely is not listening to me, what's going to happen when the kids that leave the classroom and forget the cell phone in? which in the case of my son would have been every single class. Well, after the first one, no case because he already forgotten the first one. But how are we going to handle that?
Okay, so you have a few topics that are going on. First topic is, I could talk a lot about focus and other related user features that are available that many people don't know about.
Yeah.
And that's one of the important elements whenever you implement rules, for lack of better terms. You shouldn't just implement rules, you should educate students about those rules and also guide them so they can make better choices much more beyond when those rules don't apply, whether it's in home life and things of that nature. And so we have that on our agenda. We ended our committee actually after the school year ended, so that is on our agenda for the fall, and we can report back on that. With respect to how does this all work when students have 7 classes and I'm at this level in one class, this level in another class, and so on and so forth. While teachers will work through their classroom managed behaviors individually, our deans look at a holistic view of a student, and they'll see if a student has progressed to step 2, step 3, step 1 across all of their classes. And they'll navigate that in terms of how they are working with the student to help guide, remediate, and address behavior. So a student might have gotten to that almost final level in chemistry, but in English, they're only at level 2. Once those infractions start to accumulate, the dean will have discretion, certainly, to determine that, you know what, we're at a point where we need to check in that phone for the day. And it is for the day, it's not just for the class. And that intervention and approach will last for a period of time. Typically, we've seen that's in a place for 3 to 5 days, sometimes longer. And they'll kind of take it on a case by case for each individual student based on the situation.
Thank you, Mr. Shine.
You talked about unintentional theft of phones. So that's one question. And let's see, I had one other, I'm trying to think what was related specifically. Oh, what kind of communication has occurred down to the middle schools? Because it would be nice if this started below and came up and we were all on the same page. Thank you.
Dr. Adrizi has the direct connection with our assistant superintendents for curriculum and instruction where we gather data. So I'll let her chat about that and then I'll talk about the potential theft reality.
I spoke with our assistant superintendents from the township and the ones present at the meeting said they all have policies and procedures in place where students are not using the phone throughout the day and it's put away either in their backpack or in their locker. So we at the high school are the ones who are a little bit different with having students with cell phones in class or on them.
It won't be a surprise to students because they matriculate and this will be standard operating practice, more or less.
For many, however, I just want to acknowledge that with any school rule that's put into effect, there are exceptions that evolve over time. And so that's just a challenge that we'll certainly deal with. In terms of potential theft, and this is difficult to say, I just want to acknowledge that, but it's the fact, students are not required for instructional purposes to bring smartphones or telephones to school. Every student is provided a Chromebook, or if on the basis of their disability, they require a different device, is provided a school-issued device to meet their unique individual learning needs. When individuals choose to bring other stuff to school, they have options to secure those items. We have lockers for all of our students, even though in the district, less than 100 lockers are used across all campuses. It's an interesting phenomenon.
Times change, you know.
They do.
Yeah. I think Mr. Whipple, you still have a locker.
Yeah.
I just see you laughing back there. Yeah, it's the one you had in high school, right? Okay, yeah, I love it. All right.
So
Sorry.
for individuals that are concerned about potential theft of anything, This stuff could happen in the lunchroom when a bag is on the floor. This could happen during physical education for individuals that choose also not to lock up their items in the locker room when they're changing for PE, things of that nature. We strongly encourage students to leave these very expensive devices at home. When that's not practical, there's a level of risk. And throughout our policy and throughout our handbook as it exists today, the school district is not responsible or liable for damage, loss, or anything of a student's property. However, in the event that theft happens, we are very fortunate to have strong partnerships, not only with our deans locally, but with our police departments, with our school resource officers, and we'll work with students to report any theft or loss that happens and investigate to the best of our abilities. So those would be our options.
Okay, as a follow-up on this particular question,
Yes, sir.
what's a liability? Because it's different if the student has the phone himself or herself, or we ask the student to give us their cell phone and put somewhere else.
So in that situation, again, I like to think of it from the perspective of eyes wide open. Eyes wide open is if you choose to bring a device, you need to follow the rules that are set by the school. And we did confirm with legal that schools can set these rules. I also do want to share many of our classrooms utilize this approach already. It's just not consistent across the whole district. And so if a student chooses and they place it in the pocket and there is not, we've heard of some different standards, right? There's not a willful disregard for the care of how these cell phone caddies are purchased or hung, then the district does not maintain liability. And that's, again, our guidance that we've received from legal.
So I'm sorry, but
No, please.
because again, my son used to lose stuff, but this will be very different as a
I
parent.
think that was a parental thing.
If you ask, that's a parental thing. If you ask the student to leave a phone in a pocket out of his side or her side, and that phone gets stolen, will the parent say, my
The
son?
fancy law school word, if we bail it with the, okay.
Locker. It's the same as a locker when you used to have lockers. If your locker got broken into, you didn't sue the school.
Don't you
Just for the
lock-
record, we still have lockers available for all students.
No,
with
don't you
locks.
lock your locker? Don't you have to bring a lock here?
I'm just saying legally, it's the same.
Ms. Mullenbeck, if you could.
No,
hit
you
your
don't
mic.
choose to bring, I'm sorry, I'm sorry to be fair, but
I
some
understand that.
parents want the kids come to school, from school go to extracurricular activities, they go somewhere else. Sometimes they miss the bus, sometimes some parents are more protective than others. It's not the kid, we see the fun part of it, that the kids uses the cell phone for. But we have to acknowledge that a lot of times, the first time the parent gives the phone to the student, it's not because the student was asking, it's because it covers a different need, right? So again, it's not the old phones, it's the new thing. Unfortunately, these things have cost $1,000. So I don't think of a parent saying, yeah, tough luck, he lost the phone, if he wasn't holding the phone. And I asked the student, give me your phone and I'll keep it. Multiply that by 5,000.
Okay. I hear your point.
I'm
It
saying
sounds
we-
like legal's okay, but it's a fair point. Someone will raise it if the kid's phone is gone and somebody else
I'd be
inadvertently
happy
picked
if
it
we
up.
buy insurance or whatever. What I don't want is I don't want to have another bill on that budget that says that every year we put $5,000 or whatever, which is nothing. It's 5 phone out of 5,000. It's less than 0.1%
Right.
over 200 plus days. So if we make a policy, we want to back to checking our policies and implementation of the policies. We need to have accountability of the expense that the policy is going to bring.
Yep. No.
So we don't get surprised when this happens.
So what I think if you're asking is, do we have a liability expense or is there an insurance expense that's implicit in whatever umbrella-like things we have that we have to be aware of as we figure out the expense of otherwise buying caddies?
No, and that is why legal has been present throughout all of the committee conversations, and we do not have a liability. It gets into a willful and wanton standard. Just to clarify, the phone caddies we're purchasing will be securely mounted to the walls, where we do have the ability to remove them if we needed, but they are securely mounted. That is different from maybe current situation where some might be taped up in an environment in a non-official. So we've gone through everything to create a reasonable level. And we certainly encourage students who choose not to take that risk, or families who choose not to take that risk, to again consider utilizing a locker or making that choice not to bring the device into the classroom.
Okay.
I mean, fundamentally, for me, I think this is huge, and I think it's a great thing we're going to do. I think in 30 years, people are going to look back and it'll be sort of like smoking in airplanes. They're like, what were you doing? Like, why are we letting these kids have these addictive devices that don't let them focus when they should be focusing? And as a school, if you let them bring it in, fundamentally, that's far worse than anything else. And so I really see us as having to do this, and this is going to be, and if you
Nice.
make it one way for everybody, it'll make it so much easier on our poor teachers who have different standards. If it's this way, you just say to the kids, you're doing it in their kid's class, you're doing it in my class. I mean, it's going to be, I'm very excited for it. And so, thank you.
Ms. Mullen.
Two things.
Yes.
One is, I agree with Matt. I think it's, they obviously shouldn't be looking at their phones during class or have them on them. However, I do remember the little incident of the fire where I think it was really, really useful, right?
But this is a
That's all you
practical
got?
question.
Too soon? Okay,
This-
just kidding.
This is a practical question.
Right,
No, it's a
right.
real
But
question.
There are going to be
It's-
moments when having every kid having their phone on their person in the moment, not 5 minutes away, not like we
Yep.
orderly
Well, you're
fashion
talking like
go
a few
get our
seconds
phones.
to the walk to the caddy, right?
Well, so,
Well, there's
so
30
let's,
kids all running at the same time to get their phones.
Well, they're all going to do it very
Right.
orderly. You know that.
In an orderly
I'll-
fashion.
All right.
let me ask you, have you asked your second question and I'll answer both.
Okay. My second question, I've probably completely forgotten now.
I'll go with your
come
first
back to
question,
that.
then
Go
we'll
with my
come
first
back.
question.
If you read what schools are doing, and I want to emphasize, there's no textbook written about this. There's no model policy that explains how to do this. It's gathering what folks are doing around you and seeing what works within your local context. If you look at what's happening, a large base of experience is that the last thing you want in the event of an emergency are 5,200 students texting and notifying and sending misinformation and things of that nature. That's where we get into the conversation about source of truth. Now let's just talk about a little bit of reality and practice. There's still going to be students that are communicating in different ways, whether it's through smartwatches, things of that nature. We are empowering, just as we do for any emergency, we're empowering our staff to make a decision in that moment. And that is a hard decision to make. When an alarm goes off, when a notification happens. But within our FAQs, we utilize the phrase to the extent of, if it is deemed to be the safest action, students may be able to retrieve their devices. In the instance of an evacuation, we'll use a fire as an example. The most important thing upon hearing the alarm, our muscle memory, is to leave all items as they are and get out of the building in a safe, orderly manner. If some of these caddies are located directly at the door, it might be determined that it's okay to grab them, because candidly, these are not pockets that you're having to open up with a button or a zipper. It's just sitting there. You can be walking out, grab your item, and you're off. In other situations where the teacher deems is not appropriate, one of the reasons why I can talk so clearly about how they're going to be securely mounted to the wall is we were going to literally anchor and then screw the phone caddies into the wall. And we processed when we had an incident and students were not able to gather their devices, there was no way to lift that pocket chart up with 30 devices in a safe, secure manner and relocate it so students could claim their devices and get them in a more timely fashion. So our mounting strategy is to anchor hooks into the wall that are just as secure as putting the whole chart in, and allow us to move the chart after an incident happens to accelerate the return of those devices.
You might want to re-emphasize when you're communicating with the parents how quick if there is an emergency, how quickly we will alert all of them.
Yes.
Because so many of them depend on their kids to tell them. I mean, we had a very small fire at GBN some years ago, And it was a matter of minutes
CPA,
before we
yeah.
got the information out. But by then, we had, 1,500 reporters who were all getting the information to the parents. I'm not criticizing it, but the speed at which we want to get things to the parents, I know you're very aware of this, Ms. Smith, but just making sure we get the information out to them fast. I'm sorry, I cut you off. See, it worked out.
And I think you addressed this, if I understood correctly what you were saying, but like talking about kids who just can't comply, because I can definitely see there are going to be kids who just can't do it. So in one classroom, like first period in chemistry, they've done it once. Does it go into Power School so that when it happens at the end of the day in English, the English teacher knows it already happened once today and now this is their second strike for the day? Or does this all get collated by a dean?
So
How does
a
that
lot
work?
of that collation happens behind the scenes because ultimately the relationship with the teacher and the classroom managed behavior is unique to that classroom environment. But that's one of the challenges or areas for monitoring that we've talking about with teachers as we implement. So right now, a lot of that is on the office side or the dean's side. And teachers would be managing the number of infractions, for lack of better terms, or occurrences. Correct.
Okay, and the incredibly patient Mr. Glowacki.
I was just going to make a suggestion. If you put a charging station in there, you'll have no problems.
So to Dr. Steinberg's part, that would be a budgetary consideration, and I certainly could bring that back.
Just when
our battery solar panels.
when you start getting all the special requests, don't come to me to say I told you so.
You're the guy with the son who keeps losing the phones.
I
Yeah,
don't
know
know
him.
anybody else
Yeah.
in school. I just know who we are dealing with.
All right, oh, that's funny. Okay, so this is just gonna roll out.
This will be rolled out. We will, we're waiting for next week when Ms. Hughes is back with us. We'll be sending communication out. And it will be in the parent and student handbook. It will be presented to students during their dean's presentations. It will be presented to students by all of their teachers at the beginning of the year. It will be presented but to parents and students in 2 separate emails, linked, of course, to the parent and student handbook. And it will be shared at the first Glenbrook Day presentation. I think that's covered a few.
That's good.
options.
Did you alert the parent organizations of each school about this?
So our first conversation has been outside of our committee work and our student focus groups has been here, and now we will continue that communication.
Just make sure that, they often are looked to by parents as sort of
Absolutely.
leader groups, and so that might be a helpful thing to get out ahead of before those 2 linked emails go out.
Yes,
Okay?
sir.
Wonderful.
Bruce, I actually forgot, I had one other question.
Please go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, are there, I noticed there's the exception for the IEPs, the Section 504s and the BIPs. Why would a phone be allowed? Is that like for translation maybe or something? What
No,
would-
that's a great question. The most frequent reason, and I'm sure Ms. Mullenbeck can attest to this, are students with diabetes that monitor their glucose levels.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then there's other types of situations. We oftentimes refer to it as a stimulation break or a motion break where students with behavioral challenges require off-task behavior or off-task activity in order to maintain their behavior. So that might be in a BIP or a behavior improvement plan. There's different needs that might exist there.
Okay, right, okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Gerbel.
Thank you all.
Item 8, summary of the meeting. We had 15, I think, or maybe 16 community visitors address us this evening. We also approved our consent agenda. We had our brief amended budget hearing and approval of the amended budget. We had our investigation report on the GBS yearbook that came out in May from Mr. Petrarca and a discussion thereafter. We had first reads on 3 policies and procedures, and we have just had a discussion of the updated procedures for student use of electronic devices. Item 9, possible topics for future board meetings. Please feed those to Dr. Johns and me if you have them. Item 10 on our agenda is closed session. I will entertain a motion to go into closed session to consider the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine the validity. Collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees, student discipline, and litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of a particular public body has been filed or is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, and when a public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be recorded and entered to the minutes of the closed meeting pursuant to sections 2C 1, 2, 9, and 11 of the Open Meetings Act.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Terrific. It's 20 we convene at 10 of 10.
7 minutes left in the third. Give one on the floor.
To the one.
Boron used to do that all the, he used to be up here. He used to watch all the games.
Huh?
And Mr. Dowdy, we are back.
We are back in open session, item 11.1, first action out of closed, termination.
I move that we dismiss Ms. Shelley Jaffe from employment with Glenbrook High School District 225 effective June 5th, 2024.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none.
Mr. O'Hara,
Yes.
Mr. Schein,
Yes.
Dr. Steinberg,
Yes.
Mr. Dowdy.
Yes.
Mr. Glowacki,
Yes.
Ms. Mullenbeck.
Yes.
Okay, item 11.2 is the old 511.
I move that we approve the salary schedule in 11.2 as discussed and closed.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none.
Mr. Schein,
Hey.
Dr. Steinberg,
Yes.
Mr. Dowdy,
Yes.
Ms. Glowacki. I'm sorry, Mr. Glowacki.
Yeah.
I
She left a while ago.
Dr.
Ms. Mullenbeck,
Yes.
Mr. O'Hara,
Yep.
motion carries.
Did you say hey or yay?
Hey.
Oh, okay. It's a new way to affirm
Oh,
things.
so yeah.
Okay, item 12, a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none.
Aye.
All in favor?
Carol, you're killing it
opposed?
tonight. Way to
Sorry.
go. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Justin.
Good.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, John.